Итак, всем привет. М, Сейчас будем, короче, заводить стрим, запускать игру. Все, игра запускается. Меня вот напрягает, что здесь нету нормальной карты. Из-за этого я даже не знаю, где ломбард. Я подумаю сейчас о том, чтобы воспользоваться гайдом каким-нибудь в интернете, поискать, где находится ломбард. Но в прошлом разе он нам и не приходился, потому что нам не пришлось продавать медальон, чтобы оплатить отель, потому что мы 130 реалов 130 реалов нам дала старушка богатая. Вот, короче, поэтому можем загрузить, наверное, да, сразу. Короче, что хочу сказать. Посмотрел я историю, короче, история мира диска Elysium. И вот что я хочу сказать. Это самый бредовый мир, который я когда-либо изучал, а я изучал много лоров, миров. Вот. Почему так? Почему так? Ну, во-первых, это полностью, получается, выдуманный мир. Это даже не наша Земля, не параллельная вселенная, которая была бы похожа на Землю. Здесь вообще, грубо говоря, там 6 материков есть. Между материками этими находится серость. Серость, которая типа все поглощает, и в которой, если долго находиться, можно либо сойти с ума, либо умереть. Вот. Из-за этого, короче, связи между материками долгое время не было. Только там где-то лет 200 назад примерно, что ли, я не знаю сколько точно, но, допустим, 200, примерно лет 200 назад, короче, это... Какая тут карта есть? Вот, карта появилась, вот. Короче, примерно вот лет 200 назад, получается, типа, нашли способ путешествовать между материками. То есть, ну, до этого вообще не знали, что там есть другие материки. Поэтому каждый материк назывался изолентами. Изолентами. Вот. Мы находимся на первом материке. Тут, короче, за всю историю... Тут это такая бредовая история, сейчас пытаюсь вспомнить и пересказать своими словами, но это для понимания мира это важно, хотя, ну, короче, после объясню, почему я это ненавижу все, но уже можно и так понять. Короче, вот эти 6 материков, да, которые называются изолентами. Путешествие на них возможно либо... Короче, во всех этих видео по часу, короче, да, которые я смотрел несколько раз, путешествует между изолентов на своего рода дирижаблях, микс дирижабля и чего-то еще, я забыл. Короче, лопасти во время, когда находится лопасти на этом дирижабле, они перестают работать, если проплывать как бы между серостью этой так называемой субстанции. Да, типа там ничего не работает, а люди там сходят с ума. Вот. Поэтому там дирижабли и там не летают, а как бы плывут, как по океану, по этой серости, короче, вот. И как бы типа своим ходом вот так вот доплывают. Вот. Чтобы доплыть там до другого материка. Вот. И что получается? На этом главном материке, который я не помню, как называется, он... Там были, короче, разные правители. Каждый правитель назывался светочем или невинностью, ну там в другом переводе. Но у нас здесь называется светоч. Вот. То есть каждому этому правителю этого нашего региона приписывается, этого нашего материка, приписываются сверхъестественные какие-то способности. То есть там они обладают харизмой, они могут видеть будущее, там, ну, в общем, такие. Но при этом они как бы смертные, потому что они... Вот. Ну и последний, получается, там, типа... Потому что они как бы все еще люди. Последний Светоч, я не помню, как его звали. Предпоследний была Долорес. Вроде как во время ее там правления там люди научились летать сквозь Светоч на другой, получается, материк, на другой изолянт. И вот, и в целом сильно продвинулись. Но ее убил ее какой-то слуга, потому что он хотел проверить, там человек она или нет. Вот, потом, значит, был другой какой-то, про него я что-то ничего не запомнил ничего, типа он какой-то... А потом были короли какие-то, вот. И, короче, вот эта наша зона, вот эта местность, Ревшоль, да, вот это вот, Ревашоль, Короче, Ревашоль это город-государство, который как бы существует как бы вне как бы остальных стран, которыми управляет коалиция. Ой, короче, сколько этой хуйни там, господи, было, господи, это все какая-то хуйня полностью выдуманная, которая... Вот что такое ранее, что такое классе? Вот я, допустим, знаю, что такое ревошоли, что такое ранее классе, я до сих пор не знаю. Вот я 3 ролика посмотрел по часу и ни хрена не понял, короче, какая чушь полная. Ладно, про это потом. О, подожди, вот. Пропала, пропала карта. Только что карта была, теперь пропала. Классно. Классно, классно, классно. Ну, что сказать. Так, мне бы найти бы, где бы это ломбард здесь. Короче, ладно, короче, карта пропала. Вот. Короче, до этого в этом Ревошоле или на этом, короче, материке правили, короче, коммунисты, ну, захватили власть коммунисты. Предводитель коммунистов был Карлос или Красмазов, да, типа отсылка на Карла Маркса. Потом была война, где погибло 40 миллионов коммунистов и 2 миллиона не коммунистов. Типа всех коммунистов вырезали, вот, типа почастую. И вот. И вот до этого были короли, короче, 6 королей, и каждый, короче, был хуже предыдущего. Вот. А потом были коммунисты. Потом коммунистов свергли, потому что была война огромная. И потом были вот эти 30-е годы, там время более-менее такое спокойное, послевоенное, мирное, там 20-30-е годы назывались диско, эпохой диской, типа эпохой беззаботности, молодости. Ну, как часто это бывает, после войны там идет бэби-бум, то есть бум рождаемости. Вот, это похоже на это. Вот, и наш герой, Гарри, получается, наш герой, я уже узнал, как его зовут. Он, хотя по игре я еще не знаю, как его зовут. Его зовут Гарри, и он как бы из этой, его, получается, молодость как раз пришла на эту эпоху, на эпоху диска. И получается, вот Elysium это наш мир, Elysium, где мы живем, это наша планета Elysium. А диско, ну, просто так называется диско, это больше, чем музыкальный жанр, это целая эпоха диска. Вот. Блин. Так хорошо было, когда я думал, что это как бы типа просто наш мир, просто немного другой, но когда я разобрался в этом. Так, ну и получается, после коммунистов вот пришли вот эти корпорации, просто правители, и самое еще смешное, это тут сейчас идет 51 год, но тут, сука, даже нет нумерации там типа веков, там типа летоисчисления, там нету, нельзя сказать год, ну, конкретный там, типа, да, как у нас там, типа, год от Рождества Христова, там, 2025 год от Рождества Христова. У них здесь просто текущий век называется текущим, и 51 год текущего века. А предыдущий век так и называется предыдущий век. А текущий век называется текущим. И, собственно, в этом текущем веке мы и живем. То есть это пиздец, то есть это уже звучит как бред полный, да, но это и есть бред. Короче, когда я эту херню изучал, это просто полная залупа. Вот. Лучше бы это было бы просто основано на там стимпанке. Ну, я имею в виду, эта игра лучше просто была бы игра в жанре стимпанк. Или просто история, которая была бы, ну, там, в нашем мире. Или теоретически возможно, ну, возможно, была бы в нашем мире. Вот. А тут получается какая-то херня вообще. То есть это не то, ни другое. Зачем так сделали, это непонятно. То есть это не фэнтези, где там типа интересно следить за историей мира, который полностью придуман, да? Потому что в фэнтези-игре или фэнтези-романе или фэнтези-фильме главный герой, он как бы очень сильное влияние на мир имеет, да? То есть он главный герой не только какой-то локальной истории, но и всего мира то в целом. А здесь это просто детектив расследования. Наше влияние на этот мир не то что минимально, его не существует. И тогда спрашивается, зачем знать, как он устроен? Ну, вот я узнал примерно, и все равно у них хрена не понял. Потому что, ну, типа, мне всегда интересно, как устроен мир. Если я что-то прохожу, что-то играю, то мне как бы интересно узнать, как устроен мир, в котором как бы я собираюсь прожить часть своей жизни. Но здесь это просто полная чушь, это просто полная чушь. Особенно порадовала вот эта вот расовая теория громилы. Профессор, блядь, который заключен в теле качка, да? То есть интересно, хотя бы один человек в мире нашелся, который от и до читал весь бред, который он говорил. Это просто пиздец. И у меня такое же отношение вот у меня к этому месту, ну, к этому миру, Элизиуму. Такое же отношение, как к этой, блядь, классовой теории. Пиздец. Я думал, типа, я легко разберусь, а здесь просто куча кала навалена, а не мир, в котором интересно быть. Я не знаю, ну просто типа, ну, типа сама задумка вроде бы как бы должна быть интересна, там, типа, э, в общих чертах, да, если, типа, вот мир, как бы планета, которая, кстати, может быть и не выглядит как планета в привычном понимании. То есть это, может быть, даже не шарик, а реально в космосе там типа вот, я не знаю, как типа острова плавающие там типа или как такие, ну гигантские такие, короче, острова. И между ними, короче, вот эти находится серость, да, вот это вот антиматерия, вот эта вот, которая похожа на антиматерию или на черную материю. Вот. То есть, как бы это... но когда начинаешь углубляться, вот это все там, вот эти светочи, вот эти правители, какая-то полная чепуха, блядь, я не знаю, блядь, ну, что-то как-то совсем интересно, я не знаю. Какой от этого всего смысл, реально, если ты просто детектив, который не имеет влияния на этот мир? Хотя, вот, ладно, короче, каждое видео про лор диска Elysium, он типа подводит к тому в конце, там типа в конце маленько говорит о том, что наш главный герой может быть светочем. Но это лишь теория, то есть это, ну, лишь теория, которую придумали фанаты. По сути, в игре он просто обычный человек. И, ну, обычный детектив. Поэтому, блядь, нахер они это все придумали. Мне кажется, большинство людей просто вот забудут, вот как они пройдут игру. Даже если кто-то будет разбираться, там, изучать лор, то они пройдут и забудут нахер все, что они тут изучали, и забудут все нахер, потому что им это нахер не надо. И так полно в голове как бы вещей, которые надо удержать, фактов, там, учеба, работа, семья, в том числе исторические факты, которые ты должен знать, которые касаются нашего реального мира, да, вот тебе не до полностью вымышленных миров и их истории. То есть это просто какой-то пиздец, я не знаю, то есть, ну, блядь. Не знаю, немного, короче, странно так в наушниках, короче, говорить было. Как будто бы я свой голос не слышал, из-за этого как бы немного не мог нормально говорить. Так, короче, из-за того, что это не фэнтези, лучше бы это была просто игра в жанре стимпанк, или просто история в нашем мире, или история, которая теоретически могла бы быть. А когда у тебя там есть свои дела, и ты как бы изучаешь историю, там, свою историю как бы нашего мира, там, или там, э, там, как устроена наша Вселенная, то тебе не это полностью вымышленных миров и их истории. А здесь мы просто детектив, который ведет расследование. И что мешало вот этим авторам, да, и диско Elysium просто как бы сделать просто вот историю маленькую в нашем мире. Я думаю, так было бы намного интереснее. Зачем они все это придумывали, все это. Тем более, все это здесь как бы эта история, она не показывается нам, она только нам рассказывается через текста, что не может быть хуже приема, чем, ну, это хуёвый прием в любой. Это то же самое, если бы вы включили фильм, а вместо этого вам вываливают тонны текста. И так весь фильм, короче, идет. Ну, не весь фильм, но, может быть, процентов 80. Это пиздец. Игра, она должна как бы показывать историю, а не передавать ее там через тексты, заметки, вот эти все как бы аудиосообщения, да, ну это пиздец бред. Я, допустим, смотрите, я в Киберпанке, я читал все заметки, все статьи, да, там, потому что они расширяли лор, как бы, потому что потом то, о чем ты читал, ты контактировал с теми там героями, с теми событиями, с теми персонажами, с теми там людьми, блогерами, там, ну, теми там звездами, там, да, которые фигурировали в статьях. Это реально, ты реально погружался в мир, и ты даже себе представить не мог, что ты там будешь, короче, что будет ветка с этими, с группой, как это называется, группа. Ну, там, короче, группа была, которая вот. И там ее клипы эти, там, да. Ну, постоянно, да, есть. Крутится. Так, и... Ну вот, и ты потом, короче, контактируешь. Там есть другие персонажи, которых ты в итоге там находишь. Ты в итоге там читаешь про крутого хакера, который устроил дата крэш там, типа, лет 50 назад, да? И в итоге потом находишь его могилу. Это маленькая такая отсылка, но это, ну, интересно. А здесь получается, что, блядь, все это какая-то просто, блядь, я не знаю, какая-то чушь получается какая-то вообще. Просто чушь какая-то получается. Так что вот, такие вот дела, короче, такие получаются дела. Сейчас маленько делаем перерыв. 5 секунд. Так. Так, можно закрывать, да, я думаю. Так, короче, сейчас я GPT. Блин, реально, оказывается, ChatGPT переводит лучше, чем просто Google переводчик. Это круто. Вот, что получается у нас. А, а, что такое? Что такое?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Ну, короче, вот этот самый, там шортс был, шортс. Там он перевел шортс, как вообще по-другому все перевел. Я думаю о том, что надо сохранить этот шортс, короче. Вот. Я его сохраню. Это прям хорошо. Так. Я забыл, что я хотел. Kim Kitsuragi is not impressed. Так, теперь надо подумать, где можно сохранить. Придумал. М. Так. М. Интересно, включил Alt-R, даже не показывает количество FPS. Показывает загрузку, градусы, обороты, стребление, но не FPS. Очень интересно. Так. Автосейв. Уже два автосейва, два что ли было. Бэкап. Карты нет.
The bed is still cold from the broken window and not too inviting, but it's yours.
Пока не время отдыхать. А что за вот это за дверь, которая закрыт проход?
The window stands broken in its... The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the...
Ага,
The
посмотрим.
door is closed. This door can... Still, nothing. Still...
Знаю, что там это...
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's an aluminium, a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's thin, see-through copier paper. Mostly, the rest of the stinking cellulose is thin. A dozen pages of thin copy paper. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse. Arson, petty theft, spouse. Yes, a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. Others appear more light-hearted. But it's going to take an effort to piece the... You don't exactly close. It's made of dark blue plastic. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not seen. With your hands, you, without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. You stare at the card, willing your hand. The words just cross your mind somehow. Who do you think? It's slightly.
Ah.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The
Morning.
union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. A lot of things point to the dock workers union. That's not a lot of things. We should have dug up more yesterday. Still, we need to talk to them. And it won't. A lot of things point. That's not a lot of. I mean, ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them. One loose thread less to worry about. And one
Что
big
это?
problem to replace it.
Что это такое?
I completely forgot. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM. In fact, even the death of two detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
But aren't you curious to know what they have to say?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time and yours? Do I have a shaker in my...
He sounds irritated.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a... Am I smiling? Do you see... Because I'm not...
Play it calm. This man...
Well, you're not getting it!
This is a thoughtful exchange. But can we move on, please?
Козел, блядь, ебаный. Хули ты за стойкой делаешь, блядь, тогда, блядь? Ой.
Just a moment. And there's no...
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into.
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed... I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. You have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are stuck, but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. Oh, sweetie, Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before.
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about...
The lieutenant doesn't want to agitate the woman. Do it. Find her husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that. Some fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but... I sincerely doubt it. Still, I suppose...
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
Криптомиллионеры здесь? Нет, здесь только криптозоологи.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too...
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own. You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
Ты полный энтузиазма идиот. Идиотизма не отменяет.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
Подожди, это ж было... Подожди. Это что, провал был, что ли, или что? Подожди, нам дали 97% на успех, и мы провалили, да, это дело? Пиздец какой-то вообще. Ну, получается так. Блядь, я... Вообще надо перезапустить игру, короче, вот. Потому что там какая-то ошибка. Когда проходишь, короче, это самое... Да, блядь, как свернуть эту хуйню? Когда проходишь... какую-то миссию. Точнее, проверку. Там просто баг получается. Динь-динь-динь-динь-динь.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union, I completely forgot one loose thread less to
Что за
worry
херня?
about. And one big...
Вот это что за херня? Здесь только что разрешение неправильное, да, что ли, или что?
I completely forgot one loose thread less. I mean, in government, men who drink beer for break. A lot of things. That's not a lot of things. We should have dug up more yesterday. That would just... In fact, even... One more thing.
But aren't you curious?
They're in no hurry.
А,
Just a moment, and there.
The closest.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping the union office probably has the manager.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look.
To let the young woman. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like. You have more important things to worry about. Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more. Some via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovery. We hit it off and, well...
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. I hope I've been useful. Oh, yes.
It's a pseudo...
That's,
My apologies, ma'am.
it's not a hobby. Searching.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own. Sometimes the most charming
Что
thing you
такое?
can do is be reasonable in your requests.
I suppose you could use a break, and I could use a distraction.
One cryptid, like you said. One. This can't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. We have things to do.
He nods and assumes a waiting. Ooh, tough choice there.
The gnome of Jeroma. Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their body. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods, and it still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant pauses. Something in him breaks.
Ah, fuck it. Let's...
Well, the smallest cryptid is the Cryobacter catlensis, a unicellular bacterium. It was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Katla on the boreal planet. The bacterial colony Mijanu found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded. Mijanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life. Mijanu did talk about the end of the world a great deal before her abrupt... Everyone thought the bacteria had driven her mad, but she really was a brilliant woman. Maybe the Cryobacter catlensis allowed her to see something no one else could. What an interesting question.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
It's the Col de Mamadakwa. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track. It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days like nothing. It's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can...
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this. Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 1920s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists, when playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random. The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited...
She transforms, when speaking about these strange animals, into a confident woman.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mamadakwa, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said... They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even Sequester, Time, Joscan, those are but some of the Mamadakwa they follow. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work, they tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound.
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good at the explaining things thing.
No, dear, they cancel each other out. And these tests were performed so recklessly that When they happened upon the right frequency, well,
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
after that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability.
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what? That would be the giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur. No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. So
Hui. No animal can be that large. It's a mere...
that's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of... There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly.
Great. This is great shit. You need more. Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
Of course, dear. I hope you were able to pawn that old trinket. Of course, dear.
You know...
Of course, officers. Is there a Of course, dear. Just some feel that they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. Oh, sweetie, Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. I doubt it, sweetie. The trap...
Do it. Find him. This will surely lead to a mystery with it. Yes, please. Some science fiction is exactly what's needed right now. Spice.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but...
A sigh. He takes off his...
Well, the man's already been dead more than a week. I suppose a small...
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Oh, yeah. Here comes...
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living, hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing mid...
It's not made up, officer. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so... Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even. Oh, dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand.
Почему техника, блядь, в моторике находится, блядь? Техника должна быть в интеллекте, ну, в моторике. Такой важный навык. Блядь, пиздец. Моторика.
Can I help you?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren. There is no such thing as the Revacholian language.
The cook is still smoking, ash falling from between his fingers.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
Почему-то вот ночь прошла, а мысли, короче, не продвинулись. Мысли не продвинулись. Очень жаль, что ночью.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
Yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has info? That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What you want is of no significance, officer.
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? Don't. Just because it's in your head doesn't mean you have to say it. You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
Do I have here problems? Пошла нахуй,
Aggressive?
блядь.
You make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just die.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
Aggressive? You make your living.
So you were
Listen,
Fuck yeah.
so ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. I don't need privatization peons from a rent-a-cop. Just do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Ask your questions. Ask your questions. Блять, у нее такой какой-то противный акцент какой-то, не знаю, что-то...
Aggressive? Listen,
Fuck yeah.
so
Listen.
ask what you came to ask, or get back to your command. No one is emotional here. Do your job. Aggressive? Listen,
Fuck yeah.
so ask what you came to ask. Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions and get the hell out of Martinez.
Ask your questions.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
Негритовская юрисконсультант, который выглядит как садовница, блять. Очень реалистично, блять, пиздец. О,
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. It's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only increment. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually. Increment by increment. Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs. You may never live to see the kingdom of conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep working. What benevolence! Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed? There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress. The kingdom is difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience is post-capitalist, post-national.
Суть королевства не просто постичь, и еще сложнее описать. Отчасти потому, что для этого человечеству пришлось бы отринуть множество категорий, которые определяют и ограничивают его сегодня. Королевство совести посткапиталистическое, постнациональное.
It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual. Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising? That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and, oh yeah, like a horse, a workhorse. For hard. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride. That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the... It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer. Oh yeah, you took that bribe hard. You're a killer. You didn't log that in as a donation either. You don't log any of that shit in. You're a straight rider. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrants play cool music. Everyone likes them, especially the women. Don't hate on the immigrants. They've got nothing to do with you living under a boat. The Gart man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor? That's right, 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, every time you wipe your ass. They got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony. One tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. Here, 98% of all your money. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
Какой-то прикол.
Yes? Yes?
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you, maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
Wow. The RCM sent us some big dick cops.
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in the wind.
Как ничего становится. Real Big Dick Cock. Big Dick Cops. Big Dick Cops. Real Big Dick Cops. Да, подожди, как это? Real Big Dick Cops. Look at them. Reckless. Stinging in the wind. Real Big Dick Cops. Look at them.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell a dick that big what to do.
Yeah, look at that big dick on the cop. Can't tell a dick what big and what to do.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah, gave him real nice big dicks.
Yeah. Anyways.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's
Да
not going
заткнись
to
ты
get
нахуй,
better.
завались
These
ты,
guys are so
блядь.
macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
No. Eyes here. You got business with my boys. You got business.
He understood what you were doing, taking inventory of them.
Инвентаризация.
Now watch the other guys fuck it up by falling out of line.
Бля,
Yeah,
это тонкая игра.
you fuck with the Hardy boys.
Я еще
You
ничего не
fuck with
сказал.
Titus Hardy.
Yes, falling out of line to please him. This is the best kind. And now this guy is...
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Use it to take a dig at his friend. Floodgates open.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
This one knows how to keep things going. He's a hothead, but not one to be taken lightly. The last one is a bit of a black sheep.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what...
Too late. You already got a pretty good picture of these guys. You can use this. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard. See if they fit with the characters here. It could be incriminating.
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one. Stinks like shit, too.
Я не только хером махать сюда пришел. So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here to a pretty boy. Красавчик, выглядит незабываемо. Stinks like shit too. He shakes his head. Stinks like shit too.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there, stinking up the place.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Well, maybe you should just fuck off then.
Don't worry. We are resourceful. We'll find a good topic for us to discuss.
Incriminating? Now that's a big boy word. Well, maybe you should...
Don't worry. We are resourceful. We'll find a good topic for us to discuss.
То есть даже ничего толком-то не выстрелил, ну ладно.
Was that? Could it be the Col de Mamadakwa? No, there seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Oh no. The sound. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to...
Интернализировать. Интернализировать.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick. Titus Hardy. The one with the bald cap on his... Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots, putting them on 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette. 5. Another standard work boot, reinforced toes, number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat at 8. Another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy Boy.
Seven sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them...
Note to self. This would be a good question to ask Titus. Where a leader like Titus doesn't let one of his guys out of sight easily, especially at a time like this.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe...
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer.
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm. $200. This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a...
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes. I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy Boy. The one with his front teeth missing. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat, you're right. Do you think those prints belong to him? I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the...
It is not impossible.
It is not impossible. Ну типа вполне возможно. Это невозможно, это не... Он говорит на английском, это невозможно. Типа это вполне возможно. Типа двойное отрицание. It is not impossible. It is possible. A week, maybe? It is not impossible. It is possible. Это невозможно. Вполне возможно.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Revachol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
Так, ну, о, кстати, вернулись эти...
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below...
Fuck does Kuno care?
Почему... +1 грубая сила.
Yeah, like a fucking volcano. Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't die there.
Wish Kuno could. Kuno doesn't.
Kuno doesn't care. Kuno похуй. О! А как нам выйти на крышу? Давай быстрее.
Can I help you?
The door is still. The lieutenant he doesn't like still. The lieutenant he doesn't like with this door can only be opened with a key.
Как на крышу попасть? Бля, что за бред? Так.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Бля, что за пиздец? Почему, блядь, просто, блядь, не снять труп, блядь, пиздец? Низкий шанс. Даже труп снять не могу. Что за инвалид, блядь?
This Postler Vantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. The box seems happy. Eat shit, pig. fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also. The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder, then you swallow.
Подводный мост.
Good morning to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign.
The words, Daredevil Driver.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks and nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the... Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? You pull nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across. Wasn't there a sign over there saying...
Good morning to you, officers. It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk right now. Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes? Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work. They say the canal crew will be here.
The coast part of the map is inaccessible until the third day.
О, ломбард. Наконец-то, блядь, нашли, а то... Вон там, за стеклом.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags. Others yet try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic...
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides 50 cents, bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him. This set of soldiers isn't...
You're probably talking about the revolutionary. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. I don't like either set very much, to be honest.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by...
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago. Yes. Why this sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago. It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have come.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. The Madakwa. Sorry. I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter. Oh, I didn't mean to imply otherwise. Well, it's been a while since I've gone hunting for the Mamadakwa myself. Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore, and started looking for all kinds of interesting sounds instead. Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Mamadakwa, and he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of strange things. So he got the rest of us to join. We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, cut them up and combined them into the Symphonia Mamadakwa. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None.
Do we really have time for this?
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the...
As the hum grows louder, modulating, but always unnaturally uncomfortably low. Not good, not good. You're about to start suffocating. You have to stop this. There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you, but also surrounding you. It feels as though someone is standing just outside of your range of vision and watching you, doing this to you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sounds, some random, some appearing to form patterns, hit
gulls and skewers. But
a low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
you know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the cold Imamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? Early morning sounds. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold...
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig. Truth be told, she...
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
It's possible in these parts of town. We ought to find her and discourage her from taking justice into her own hands.
My apologies, officer, but I have no...
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
You...
With Kim here too. That just sounded really, really bad.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quiet yourself. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't... When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it. $15.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still... This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
It certainly does, especially in Revachol. You...
With Kim here...
You were adamant about getting rid of it. and I don't like.
He's not telling you the whole story.
You weren't. You were very. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and.
The light swirls in his face and glasses. He doesn't know what to say.
You.
With Kim here?
You were at, and I don't.
He's not telling you.
You weren't. You were very. When I said that I don't normally buy. No apologies necessary, officer. Of course. Sure thing. Sure, man. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any question. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Let me have a look. Jean-Baptiste's summer dinghy rates is 31. What a pleasant time that was. So, what do you want to know? Price? I can give you $3.20 for it. A pin from 31 ought to be priced at $3.10, but I added another 10 cents just to be nice. Sure, I can keep it behind the counter for a week, but only if you pawn it right now. Sure thing. So, do you want to sell it? I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment, and especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparkle in the light of the projector!
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Jean-Baptiste's summer dinghy rate. So, what do you want to know? A pin from 31 ought to be priced at $3.10, but I added another. Sure thing. So, another time perhaps. Yes, fortunately I still have it. $3.30 and it's yours. Yes, you did, but this is how pawn shops make profit. So, do you want it or not? you go, officer. Anything else I can do for you today?
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't. A guarded man like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out loud. A typical Martinez streetlight. A typical Martinez. The light pole has been carefully cut. This would make quite a... The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eye. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle. This is you. Gold and orange. A sun's. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. If police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it for that.
Like a beach party, with sand and sun and seagulls dancing on the breeze.
Theoretically, yes, but we don't have time right now. It's generally murder investigation first, then beach party.
I don't like beaches. They accumulate too many photons. It's always chaos out there. But live your life, man. You can use it if police...
Like a beach party.
Theoretically, yes, but we don't have...
You can play it any way you like. And I guess since you're a police officer, no one can... Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres.
The boomboxes wait on the...
It's not often that I... What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultras. How interesting. Wow, once knew a group of young... Cool on. We thought we'd... That really was unfortunate.
Do we really have time for this?
This record, keep in mind.
As the hum... Not good. Not... There's a growing sense. He nods to...
Gulls.
A low range.
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Coldima Madakwa. Wrong pattern. Someone...
The lieutenant shifts from one foot.
You...
We've came here...
You were adamant about getting... And I don't...
He's not telling you the whole story.
You weren't quiet. You were very... When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of... suck. 15...
The lieutenant, this has got to be the most. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
It certainly does, especially in Revachol. You...
With Kim here?
You were at... And I don't like...
He's not telling you.
You weren't. You were very... When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of... No apologies necessary, officer. She didn't say truth be...
Right, so...
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
She didn't say truth be...
Right, so...
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the Force. We have to find her.
My...
A needle in a haystack.
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any... I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Let me have a look. I'm not... And especially...
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparking in the light of the projector!
Jean-Baptiste. So, a pin from 31 ought to be priced at 310, but I added another 10 cents just to be nice. Sure, I can keep it behind. Sure thing. So, do you want to sell anything? Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
The boomboxes wait.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything. Hello again. How can I help you?
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrolidon, a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
I was. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster. Had to take Perolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too. We were an all-volunteer force. Self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. Didn't have the art to let it all go. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the past. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up. No one's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen? The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I like the theory more than the story. Outward move.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Пока читал эту херню, короче, понял, что вот, в принципе, все очевидно, что это Сильвия. У нее был доступ к... Ну, вот это бывшая официантка, которая там работала. Она, наверное, девушка одного из парней, которые там совершили самосуд и этих докеров, да? И выбросила эти улики в мусорку. Хотя, как бы, ну, странно. Там вокруг вроде бы море, можно было и в море выкинуть их, но выкинули в мусорку тут же. Очень странно. Вот. Короче... Короче, вот, Сильвия их прикрыла, она, но потом позвонила в полицию. Кто-то из этих докеров, наверное, убил. Так, кажется, тут нету. Искал информацию про катушку, что-то... Какую
Of
катушку?
course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it
Какую
spinning.
катушку?
It all starts with the tape.
Какую катушку?
Have you tried it before?
It's almost like he's worried for you. The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Look, go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care.
Here you go, man.
Not so sure about this. Because it's an anti-radiation drug, and you're a cop, not a post-apocalyptic scavenger.
Of course. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Так, перелидон продать нельзя, да? Жалко. Жалко.
Another time, perhaps.
Так, а что за тут за вот это... Перелидон, эффект от использования сейчас +1 психика. -1 здоровье, 3 применения.
It's just a racist, but it will not happen.
Ну и лицо у него просто пиздец вообще.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game. This felt wrong. Wrong like touching your sister's breast. You threw your sister's breast.
Может быть, это неправильно, но это приятно. Наверное, не знаю. У меня нет сестры. Блин.
Mon Dieu! Good job, officer. That was an excellent throw.
Блять, тоже шарик, блять, не можешь скинуть нормально. Что за человек вообще?
What are you talking about? You just executed a pretty much perfect...
How are you ever going to get the officer's shit off your nose, Gaston? Or even climb out of his ass? Right. Was the demonstration it? Or do you still need something from us, officer?
Yes, officer. What do we need from this gentleman?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. In Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets. If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. I do. Fire from heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Slaughterhouse, slaughterhouse.
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Senseless sentimentали. Я бы не сказал, что это бессмысленная сентиментальность. Это скорее бесчувственная. Хотя...
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. This place is a damn beachhead, son. They didn't do it because they didn't like it. They had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Social...
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially...
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
No, they don't. But I'm sorry it had to be the Coalition. After 8 years of fighting rabid commies, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains. I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frissel had risen from the grave and led us.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution. A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile. The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already?
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger. Oh.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. Ah, yes! King Philip III on his stick.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule. Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the intelligence never understood. Revachol would be a different place if more people realize that.
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The Carabineer doesn't reply, but no one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revachol's finest years.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court medic administered a dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
It's really not. Please, do spare us.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
Oh, old Philip was a big...
You can't even take the responsibility. That's why the...
Of course.
Philip Zitter...
Higher realms. Of course.
Please, officer, don't encourage him. Do spare us the cocaine ferry.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of...
Oh,
you can't give... That's why...
Of course.
Philip Zitter...
Higher realms. Of...
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies.
Oh, halt!
You can't. That's why.
Of course.
Philip Zitter.
Higher realms. Of course.
It's really not. Please, do spare us.
Yes, indeed. We're not...
Oh, halt!
You can't. That's why.
Of course.
Philip Zitter.
Higher realms. Of course.
Please, officer, don't encourage...
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate...
Right.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law. Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Наконец-то можем бутылки собирать. Наконец-то. Да, большой экран, он как будто бы...
Yes? Yes? Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratic. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough.
Yes, but containers contain things, shiny things. They're interesting. He simply nods. Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Excuse me? You have a... I hope you don't take this... They say it's...
Yes.
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not... This coin-operated viewer is facing southward.
Probably some...
A simple but clever solution to ruining a coin-operated viewer. It took... The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. A thick layer of... Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies... The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. Your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind. The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Mm-hmm. What with?
Ну да, странное решение, там типа хранить книги прямо на улице рядом с морем, или что там у них река. Не, скорее всего море. Просто, ну, странно. Да еще в такую погоду, где снег, холода. А.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time. No. Why are we still talking about this?
she has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's okay.
What? Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. My husband?
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance. What if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead? That's the bad vibe you got before.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends.
She's getting upset. Her voice has risen as she tries to convince herself.
They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning 18 next month. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing? That they're in Shamrock, safe and well, at some stupid party? There is no investigation here. I can tell you that. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what? Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing. Great. Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the book.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The story's open.
The woman before you.
Бля, пиздец, это было интересно. Птицами, как
Hello,
какаду.
sir. Step right in. The store is open. I know, sir.
Yes, people get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying it.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
A postcard is a small cardboard. That is a book.
She is unfazed by your questions. She would consider it impolite to point out any perceived weirdness.
Длинные письма с историями.
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards. My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know?
My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know? Кстати, вот на русском типа 0 очков опыта, а здесь типа плюс 5 хп. Интересно. Interesting. Thanks. Вот. Там можно карту города купить. Вот что я думаю.
Okay, sir. I'll try to. My name is Annette, sir. My mum. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Не могу бы помочь, безжалостно уничтожив свободный рынок. Кстати, каждый раз собирая знаки, вот варианты в этом диалоге, я не знаю, с кем я разговариваю. С эмпатией, сонет. Какой вариант куда приведет, я не знаю, каждый раз.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm. Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed. No, sir. She's a working woman who comes to look at the books a lot. I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or helpful. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though. That's a friendly enough face, most of the time.
Так, это хорошо, что у нас дружелюбное лицо. Так.
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Why would they do that, sir? That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything. Standing over a dead body, holding a gun. It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process, or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the Revolution. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like, well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting. That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end. haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though. No, I don't know. Yes, she knows books, definitely.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere. You clearly have issues you need to address.
Maybe some about other books? Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a...
Crime is a deviation from the law, punishable by either a civil or criminal sentencing. It's what the law prevents.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Head, yes. But that's like the same thing. If you say so, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She knows where this is going. She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little a facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex. She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Fritz, maybe? Alcohol is not good for you.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar, somehow. Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, telling people about being a star or something. I don't really understand who those stars are. Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, I can see. You don't have
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I didn't know I had to do that. I guess we can change the subject, sir. I didn't mean to bring you down. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed. Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly, but we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir. Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about different types of books. No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do. What does it matter? They're all the same. However, if you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdallaman, the Man from Heimdall. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Rows and rows of Heimdallamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall, Return to Heimdall. And the solipsistic Man from maybe 100. Man from Heimdall, and not even close. Man from Heimdall in Hell. Man from Heimdall and the Forest of Slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Heimdallaman, and so much more. Nothing of interest, only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
Oh yes, certainly. Another good sale.
The display rack is a small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by an endless variety. There's also a large hardbound tome with books in a board game section. Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure. Browbritter is a fun game of eco...
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family? Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Then you're a lucky man, officer. Children are the greatest of treasures. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real. Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them though. Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family game.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen. Crime fiction is a disgrace. And asinine. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth. You see, Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen. The stalwart adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the murder in the orchard. The sordid affair. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case. Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case. Yes, tragedy calls for come on. This is not the way real police solve crimes. The real police are some 20 kilometers away, sitting in an armored motor carriage.
Come on, Chester. Tell the story again.
Again? Man, I tell that one at least once a month. It's not—
The fuck it is. And these guys haven't heard it. You see, Chester here—
Gosh, why?
A very fucking dangerous case, ain't that right, Chester? They almost—
Yeah, sure came close. Alright, so I was tailing this guy called Francis the Shoe.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just—
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
I would say The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important a very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law of... The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is...
Do her words seem vague and abstract to you?
Certainly. It's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside. Browsing through all, suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between... Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim... Next to that...
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not...
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce. A true cultural touchstone. Enjoy the read.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda. This large map displays Ozon, Laurenta. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. You can, on Caillou, Revachol, lost little pearls of light. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosigns and azimuths, connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, and you have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, Houron. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Faubourg. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor. Even the whirling in rags there.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist from when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
You peek at the storekeep, waiting for her to be distracted. When she's not, you're now the proud owner of a map of Martinez, which, to be honest, did not even cost that much. This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about the point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have, wholeness, unity, balance. When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. Various paranatural books still litter the shelf. Amidst the point of the book, it serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional wholeness, unity, balance. When it's up to your mind to heal, the book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest. There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this? The throbbing in your head increases with every passing. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The book contains very little explanation on the matter. The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young. It is, and good for the circulation too. It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending. Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the Pale. Though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need. There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it.
Amidst the point of the book, it serves wholeness when it's up to your mind to heal. The book features this is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this? Amidst the point of the book, various paranatural books still litter the shelf.
Indeed. Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you. Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for. I can't have you end up.
Amidst the point of the book and many others on this shelf, it serves wholeness when it's up to your mind to heal yourself. The book features this is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this? The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately tour. Your finger moves through the various streets, across, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing. Although the map gives no such.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
hands, you hold a brand new copy of the game. The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a ship, while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work. Good thinking. It could be a collectible someday. Medicinal purposes of the Pearl. The cover of this heavy tome features a number. Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the Pearl. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book. You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional zeolite medicine practitioners. Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you. It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the Pearl, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies. There are a number of zeolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to... There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could. First, you need to choose a base ingredient. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle. Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add? The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The sugar just makes it taste better. The very thought of this tea causes your muscles to relax and your mind to clear. You're more present and in control than you were a moment ago. A tingle rushes down your spine and you feel your toes uncurl. If only it could always be like this. Flipping through the book, you come across the following. Finally, something. It seems to contain descriptions of what you're describing is booze. You don't need any herbs for that. The tome seems to get flipping through the book. Have you taken any walks through the Pearl recently? And on your walks, do you stop to meditate on the nature of your being? Good. And when you meditate, are you in the nude? Excellent. You're doing everything as you should. Regular Pearl meditation has been shown to help. A note of caution, however. Be sure to limit your exposure to the Pearl to no more than an hour a day and no more than 3 hours total per week. You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to an...
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled?
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Fate. Be welcome, and please take responsibility.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. Although, oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next. Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go! Get back there. The books await you. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself.
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods. She doesn't care about the books.
Truth be told, not really. My sister brings in most of the goods. I'm sure it's all very literary, but you don't learn about the important things in life from fabricated stories. I provide a valuable service. As long as people buy books, I'm fine. The truth is available if you just know where to look, and you have to open and free your mind to understand.
She smiles and nods. seemingly relieved.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
Doesn't feel like it's thriving. Feels ghostly.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit.
Part of hers too, clearly.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. This is a person coming to terms with a new reality, one where they are wrong. It's not easy.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be free there. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely.
My husband is completely different, of course.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off. Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne. It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner. Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy. We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't... I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand. Yes, I'm afraid so. Exactly. Yes, we're quite busy people. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my...
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does. Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there. Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard. Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Shelves full of biographies of... Browsing through suddenly, high speed next to...
I really must
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately...
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title. From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have a sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is... You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. When it's quite a challenge, but eventually, the guide to the cockatoos is yours. Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I am sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and...
There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like...
I warned you! You're unleashing forces beyond...
The cover of this tattered paperback features the man from Elysium standing atop a pile of bloody corpses. His two Zweihanders are crossed over. His mat behind him rise naked women and giant swords. Is that really the best they could come up with? Feels formulaic and derivative. The story opens. By nightfall, only the man from Elysium and his blood 9 Tiribald. And with deadly finesse, the man from Hyundal stares at you on the cover, his face fixed in grim resolve. The Greatest Innocence by Joao. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well. It's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready? That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. A pop quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the eye. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse since incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again? Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke as the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. Question 2. Who was this? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. An innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world, a literal personification of history. Traditionally, an innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident or the known world in general, at least the parts that matter. I can do better. Okay, so commonly an innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as damn. Great, Dolores. Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the inter-isolari real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a question 3. Who was the got it under control? No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information. Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party, during the time of the Pericarnacian. This, the world's oldest international organization, spends its time in search of either the re-emergence of the innocents or new members. There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful. Incorrect. Kedra is a large nation in the mid-northern area of the Mawindi Isola, north of the Occident, between the Ilmaran. Incorrect. Stepan the Despicable, regent of Kedra, was a ruler who conquered the known world during the Kedriatic conquest, instead of the despotic Eremno Pasternak. Would you try again? Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Ernau Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most I've got it, honest. Of course, this is my thing, the reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro, 0 doubts. Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence, a most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-isolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test. A C, vaguely passable. A solid effort. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
What's going on with you? Okay.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo.
Man, something's weird about this book. You should do something fun instead. Rock out. Forget about.
Browsing through the book again, you still have trouble understanding the torrent of information. Your educational survey is, it seems rather unfair to try again after you already know the answers. But sure, if this makes... Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. A pop quiz is a short thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores. Correct. Nothing as the first question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not a person, but a defunct state on the southeastern coast of the Occident. It used to take up most. Incorrect again. While she originated many modern institutions, launched several successful expeditions, and even though the words most associated with her rule are l'amour, la compassion, la autodiscipline, love, compassion, self-control, which could be seen as facets of strength. Would you like to try again? Please, relax. Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-East Franco-Negro at question 3. Who got it under control? No problem. Solid on this one. No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. She was true. Correct. There have been a number of the most finals. I've got it. Honest. Incorrect. While Franco Negro built concrete churches and cathedrals, and while many people, especially the Mesk, consider him a father figure, due to his militarism and nationalism, João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego argues differently. Another choice, perhaps? Oh yes, militarism and yes, obviously. Incorrect. He was a violent bastard, out to torture, maim, and kill whoever stood in his way. He was also a false innocence. Correct. Everything from inter-isolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions. Congratulations, a D. Not particularly remarkable, but technically you would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit. Revacholian nationhood. The Revacholian state will be a serene place. You should get a drink. A beautiful, serene place of mystery and peace. It will not be a place for women to infect with their frailty and hysterics, or where the Seminese will be allowed to wear their pants around their ankles. All of that will go once you get a drink. The socialist professors at the École Supérieure will be fired. The editors of Trompe le Monde will have to beg in the streets. You'll pour beer into their begging hats and laugh. You should get a beer. The greatest innocence. But browsing through your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well. It seems... Oh yeah. This is what I was made for. Correct. Nothing much. As the question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You? Correct. Name Franco Negro. Question 3. Got it under control. No problem. Correct. There have been the most finals. I've got it. Honest. Correct. The mess might see Frank everything from in. Congratulations on finishing a D. Not particularly remarkable, but technically a passing grade. Not that anyone really expected better. You would have done better if you'd just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit. But endless tries aren't really fair, don't you think? Browsing through the book again, you still have trouble understanding the torrent. Your educational survey is done, probably for the best. It wasn't looking too good for you, anyway. The Greatest Innocence by browsing through your educational survey is done. That's the spirit. Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. Correct. Now, as the first question 2, easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You? Correct. Name Franco Negro. Question 3, got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. Correct. There have been a number. The most famous final stretch. I've got it. Honest. Of course, this is my 0 doubts. Correct. The mess might see Frank everything from Inter Isole. Congratulations on finishing the test. An A. All correct. Impressive. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done.
Huh? Take what? Uh-huh.
You are really just talking to yourself. It is quite silly.
Man, something's weird about this book. You should do something fun instead. Rock out. Forget about it.
The Greatest Innocence. Browsing through your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? Smarmy jerk. Bet you just got lucky that first time around anyway. Or you browsing through the book again. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh, imagine that. Oh yeah. This is what I was made. A pop quiz. Thanks from Dolores Day. Dolores. Correct. Nothing as the first question 2. Easy. And innocence is I can do better. Okay, so calm down. Dolores. Correct. Franco Negro, question 3. Got it under control. No, yes. There seems to be a mix. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be. Correct. There have been a number of counter. The most famous final stretch. I've got it. Honest. Correct. Everything from congratulations and A. All correct. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. The lieutenant is doing his... Yeah, sure. It's so much easier once you know the answers, right? Revacholian nationhood. The Revacholian state will be as... The greatest in browsing through your educational survey. That's the... Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. Correct. Nothing much is known about him. As the question 2, easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, correct. Franco Negro attempt. Question 3, got it under control. Correct. The most final... I've got it. Honest. Correct. Everything from congratulations on finish and A. All correct. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you. Just as you're about to...
Sir, don't touch that. Parapsychologically...
She looks away.
No, it's just a... Why? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so... You do? My God, no!
There is something. The curtains, tattered with age and... You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A door...
I warned you. You're unleashing...
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It only an echo. No one is there. Ow. Shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Are you alright? This looked pretty intense and painful.
What is going on there? Are you really trying to break down the back? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer. Don't tempt the spirits.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. It's still locked and closed. covered in dozens of little charms and trinkets. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow. Shoot.
Are you alright?
What is going? I want.
It barely looks like you've done. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you. A heavy door with a missing handle. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow. Shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just... A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow. Shoot. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
I wasn't kidding when I said we're parapsychologically done. You clearly don't care about the consequences. What gives you the right? Don't expect my help from now on. The back door is locked and I threw away the key. I won't trifle with such forces. Do look at the books, though. The books compel you. You may be able to make up for this by buying a lot of books. I hope you're a voracious reader.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not...
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kidd...
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors nearly meld together. Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment. This is a Caprice Canema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox. The Canema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour. The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Canema effectively a mobile power plant. Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
You want to take a closer look? Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Sorry, I'm not...
Lingo it up.
No, that's porno tuning. Those spinners were elegant, sleek, radiant even. What yours suggests porno. That's short for pornography.
The sole purpose of pornography is to stimulate one's visual sense to evoke sexual arousal. The same is true with the modifications you're proposing.
That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though.
No one in the history of convictions has been more sure of anything.
$130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
$7.2. supercharged.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
You mean the coil noise? When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on the electrical system on this machine, it causes vibration. When the frequency of the current in the coils falls within the audible range, the resulting...
Whatever you do, don't make fun of the lieutenant for explaining this to you.
I have pretty much maintained my vehicles by myself ever since one was assigned to me. You inevitably pick up some knowledge on the way.
There's pride in there. A trained driver knows his ride.
Yes?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Yes?
The woman before you. Just an ordinary wall, nothing to see here.
There must be another way into the building.
Can't get involved in this.
You see a young man on a balcony, nursing.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered... I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. I have to run. My name? My name is...
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question.
I had a friend over. He was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
I'd even go so far as to...
We will remove the body.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more...
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question.
He was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains. For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes, compassion and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing to... It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, We need to look into that muscular type. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. We'll just have to go in and see.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno de Reuter.
and the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
No response. Good thing you already have the chain cutters in your hand. Nothing left to do now but snip, snip. Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw. You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Bundle of clothes heaped on the bed, a stained parka, some towels and a duvet, some socks even. A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. Something underneath there. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his...
Well, judging by the color of his hair...
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes.
Are you saying a man who looks like Kuno broke into his father's apartment and passed out in his father? This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but... at least he...
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight. Look, he's trying to communicate. What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side. We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
The pile of blankets grunts miserably. Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make, and then falls back again. The aging alcoholic is still there, breathing. The air in the room. A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka. Something under. It's not too late. Your hand touches. You see, you don't have to take him down. He's already down. Silence. Only heat.
What is there to do? We could take him to Remedy. They don't do charity for people who are...
The pile of blankets grunts miserably. The man groans once again, and then falls.
I'm afraid it...
A groan.
Well...
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair...
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he... This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon.
A pair of half-open bug eyes.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
Bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stain. Something. It's not too late. Your hand. You see. You don't have to take him down. Silence.
What is there to do? We could take... They don't do charity for people who are trying...
The pile of blankets grunts. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs. He says. He's trying to call you pigs. His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece. Well...
The lieutenant's right. The man's...
No, it really doesn't. This looks very hard to recover from. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back.
Look, he's trying to communicate. I'm afraid it is.
A groan rises from the man's throat. The aging alcoholic is still there. Silence, only heat. This door has been closed with no reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chains.
You seem committed to it, so go on.
The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor.
After you, detective.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sight. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov? Except that Krasmazov is dead. He's been dead for 50 years now. Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns, but it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you. Ah, very well. Let's look for... Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you? All right, but here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't. Okay, you win. Be Krasmazov then. I don't care. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway? I think you have misunderstood who he was, but if you say so. Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems. The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems. He was definitely controversial. The tenant here seems to like him. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going.
The lieutenant raises a brow.
Thank you for sharing this wonderful opinion on human sexuality. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The walking stops abruptly. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than...
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is...
Do you have a warrant?
Let's go. We don't have...
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any... Revacholian nationhood. The Revacholian state will be a serene place. You should get a drink. A beautiful, serene place of mystery.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. Go ahead, then.
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain, someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinaise, like Tim Jamrock or Raoul Ravagel.
Oops, you really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Ask away, policeman. People come and go.
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again, breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look. Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans. Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave the symbol of what now? Economy? Why should anyone care about economy? I don't want to talk about Deweeters. Addicts, all of them. And some they don't like me cleaning behind their door. Think I'm listening?
We saw unpaid utility bills.
No one likes them in this building. It's only because of the kids they haven't been. I don't like talking about those people.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her.
I'm no one. Just, if you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to...
Yeah, you better keep walking. The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance.
The streets will not flow red with it.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of...
She's grown frustrated with her work and welcomes the opportunity to challenge authority in other ways. A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism. The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not.
That Ozon whore. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents used to posh.
On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Pig's not half as dumb as he looks. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. Watch your back, ungulate.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include...
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest in case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio.
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie, out in the open somewhere.
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol.
Yes, we are the Revachol city. We are.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM Act. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police, the only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I am here to help. We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed.
A brief spike of longing in her upright body. The dots under her eyelids shake.
This place used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. The boys certainly did not. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the... Yes, we're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the Blue Immensities. Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble, a smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her. And to humanity at large.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call the great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory. beyond patriotism, a fact.
History, Detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semenine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century, 380 years ago. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest. By that I mean conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. Oh, we're quite a way off. About 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the Bank of the World building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the... There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember...
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
That is understandable, but perhaps it's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. What I am not is a basic term of...
Everyone wants to talk about themselves. She will, in time.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveau. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skies, mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too... She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be? I can see that, yes. I dabble in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me. The new, a cultural era, and the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of it involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now. Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, "If you can remember the new, you weren't there"?
For some reason, your mind is a veritable repository of Guillaume Le Million lyrics, trivia, and B-sides. But the time to explore this is when you're alone, facing a mirror perhaps. Right now, it would derail the reality lowdown.
What I am not is a...
Everyone wants to talk about themselves. She will, in time. A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. It's on the tip of your tongue, a doubt of...
Glad to have been of assistance. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part, glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo... She enjoys talking about the company. It would not hurt to inquire more. Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more...
$1 billion?
It's a number, officer. It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands. 20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed, or been absorbed. To survive, wild pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What we do? I'm afraid the Pines core and that is...
The Wild, she enjoys talking about the company. It would not hurt to inquire more. Son Baptiste.
Why, thank you. I'm not at...
A billion?
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions. Wildpines employ 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend... You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? We built this district. All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas, Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees, a company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the...
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of... Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition...
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. First, you'd have to repeal the I am glad you see it that way. To repeal the Act would mean repealing the Coalition government. The one that leases you the right to police...
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot.
But I am derailing us. I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiation. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Oh, so you've met him. Has he beguiled you with his...
My colleague has his peculiarities.
Of course. To each their own. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has...
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive. Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, about what? About anything really, just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsense. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags, a disastrous situation.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates, the one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Mr. Clare told him to fuck off, midget. Go, Monty. Yes. Extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union. There are leaflets everywhere.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group... Just so you understand, this is but one... That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now...
Excuse me, from whom did you...
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say...
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be formed.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the...
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. And downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 50, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
How can I forget? I was hoping your condition was rhetorical, Detective. A questioning technique. I have sympathy for your highly unusual condition, sir, and I believe you. But as it stands, I cannot share any confidential information until I've seen both your badges.
I understand the dictates of protocol, ma'am, but is there no way around it?
I'm afraid not, Lieutenant.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. I mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of some. Consider this. Perhaps she has been planning it all along. That you convince yourself into colluding with her. Easy. Just offer her a favor, like I said, nice and dirty.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason. The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with ore? You can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into...
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Yes. Knowing this does not really change our position, however. I'm sure you will, Detective. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it.
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see. Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water. Almost magic. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isla into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about who's...
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to...
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However... This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade, thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in. on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to...
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yes, Uncle Maynard. Huge trouble. You're gonna take out your metal detector and your collection of bottle caps and shrapnel.
That smell coming from her paint bucket, it's not paint, it's heavy fuel oil.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage. Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
It's the letter you found in the trash. That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in the star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century, and quickly, even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke to symbol. Also, some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown because white is the color of peace. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You hear someone walking around inside.
Excuse me?
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on.
That was smart.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have ever...
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20, at least. Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside. Be friendly.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
A sudden serious look crosses her face.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry. I need to get it ready. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
A sudden serious look crosses her face.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auction. And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he... A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone.
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts.
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. Of course.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Yes. Well.
Your statements are too vague to comment on. This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here, number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoke.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on.
This door is made of number 28.
Let's see.
This door is made of metal, number 28. This is where they clean.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something.
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory. Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone for today. No one answers.
We should return tomorrow. Tomorrow at...
You're back. Good. What can I...
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed. The aging alcoholic. aging alcohol. The aging alcoholic is still there.
Yes?
This coin-operated view. Why place a tourist attraction in the mid?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Everard Clare, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here. That's odd. I could swear you were a police officer. There was a revitalization. They got as far as the street lamp. We should have done something about the union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
This coin-operated. There, working class drunk. You know what this cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell. Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't missing? But he is missing. You heard her, the worry in her voice. Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law. It's time to ace this case and not brood over your reputation. We can deal with the perception management later. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul. If
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against you.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your face.
No, you are definitely not buying those. No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
These are all boring. Boring, third-rate ho-hum. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupil.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work. shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced...
Oh! That visor is perfect for you, officer.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime.
No luck. All you...
Oh! That visor is perfect for you. You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. The shine on these sunglasses Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster. Giant, hidden, and strangely... Yes. But they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
Wow, officer. You look so cool. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you...
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a...
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega...
It's going to be very difficult for...
No, you are definitely not buying those. No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
These are all... Those UV stickers are almost certainly just...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work. A good starter pair, officer. And when you're ready to upgrade, come back and see me. A man who knows his style. Much respect.
These are... Those UV...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. The shine on these.
These
are all first.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
you find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy. You keep coming back. You keep coming back. That's good, officer.
something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir. Gotta prepare for springtime.
You find your
Economical, but also...
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream. Maggot sideways? What are you talking about? You need to maggot up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the... You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's your way.
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
Don't shoot, officer. Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown? Good one, officer. You're a funny guy. Now, what can I do for you?
He does not need your money. Please disregard that. We're just...
Of course. Fire away. Everything's still cool here, officer.
You see two lowly, defeated
I can see you were taste for luck.
a pair of found
Those sneakers, mister.
only. That's madness. Fun ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine? These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. The best on the market. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, well, if on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents? No way, officer! These aren't for sale. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale. Well, if you want, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents? Everything's still cool here, officer. Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors. Good joke, officer. It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this climate would be...
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
Yeah, that's the main thing about you. Freedom is great. It's what lets independent entrepreneurs like me sell quality goods at competitive prices. No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off. Anything for you. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares?
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Sea guy, apricot suzerainty, it's all the same to me. It's all cool. I'm interested in sales. Go ahead, let's make one. Me?
This man probably comes from...
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais.
The apricot suzerainty is what the Sea Guy archipelago is commonly known.
No, speaking of.
Well, if it's for his grandma, you should buy a lot of things.
Me?
This man probably comes from Sea Guy, sometimes known.
Very cool. I like your style, officer. Everything's still cool here, officer. Only the coolest goods in Reva. I'm an entrepreneur. It's beautiful.
It is, yeah.
That's right.
If you want it to be...
My...
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders. Seen especially...
Yeah, that's the main thing about you. Freedom is great. It's what lets independent... No need for discount. Anything for you. Me?
This man probably comes from...
Sea Guy, apricot suzerainty. It's all the same to me. It's all cool. I'm interested...
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? But officer, bribe you to do what?
I don't think you really understand how bribes work, detective.
Sorry, detective.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good time, but those days are behind me. There are other addictions.
Just be straight with him.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the hub.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here.
It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him. Some trepidation.
Ah, man, but...
Just be straight with him.
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit.
Then what's your deal here?
So much for subtlety. Better get straight to the point.
We have a credible...
Not me, man. No way. Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo.
A rhymesmith. This is quite credible. It goes with his cadence and way of speaking.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of...
It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him. Some trepidation.
Now it's turning into a kind of a... Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in...
That's brutal, man.
No, stop. He's already mortified.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. These are your...
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Your best verse.
That's brutal, man. Now it's turning into a kind of...
Your best verse.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Your best verse.
Now it's turning into a kind of...
Wait. There's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
Whoa. What else? Silent communion. That's good. Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
Did you?
Right. But really, no bullshit. That's great stuff. I sort of want to know if it's yours. Fucking hey! Seems I got you all wrong. Cops aren't much known for their artistic sensibilities these days. It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, so you don't really get it. I get you. When they really click, it makes the world seem manageable. Good to be on the same page.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Ah, man. But those days are behind me.
Just be straight with him.
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk.
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces...
We have a credible...
Not me, man. No way. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of rep...
It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him. Some trepidation.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff. The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that. Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This they usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Ilma, we're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Now it's turning into a kind of it's like whatever's going, some pretty wild stuff I hear. Like a giant new power crane. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Us lorry drivers, camionneurs. If you still hang around, not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassessed even by the standards of the Philippian kings. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the anti-centennial revolution. And stories have it, he called it the
The man certainly knew how to live.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they entered, this is slander. The king was just and beautiful. The revolutionaries made this all up. Cocaine. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships. During the turn of the century, most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. People in Martinaise tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Those critics might have it wrong though. There's more to it than just ironism. But Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. A silver plaque on the statue. The woman still has her...
If you want her attention.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of a cornered beast.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the side walls and cafes are filled with the young people. Until you came along, that is. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall, while you, people, were tearing each other apart over...
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
Someone was. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair, this man's got a hold over her. Even 50 years later, you can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? Please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are not Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't say please.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots made of black leather, buckled.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
Moreover, the boots were size 37, tiny. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence, Franco Negro, which happened 500 years ago.
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd. Perhaps it was another Sheriff who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking...
As she says Carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean. Then it's contraband, lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand? Hermenegildos' bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen to on the Western Plain.
A boyadero, boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Maghreb.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry. Don't be stupid. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man, one night, as he and his beloved. So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maghreb. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. The most beautiful. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can be tied down by man or woman.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her...
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler?
You hear that, lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best communers around. I drive Lomonosov's land, Udajnaya Zemlya, the Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas du Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly. Irmao. I already am dust. What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary, not drug. Yes.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest.
If you don't know, why would I want to do that? Lowman, what in the name of God are you talking about? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramirizza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramirizza to Grad, Lowman? No, Lowman, diamonds. Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras. Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors on the or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back.
I think we're done here, no?
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see. Then what were you getting at? Why would I want to do that? Lowman, what in the name of God are you? Good. I don't care about drugs. Little. What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see. What I feel. Then what were you getting at? You're mad, Lowman. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramirizza to Grad. It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously. Where do you want me to go? Or,
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree.
Yes?
lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see
Likely, yes.
the back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. A book with ragged edges catches your notice.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in...
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial...
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always...
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you...
Hello, compatriot. You have something to discuss? Oh man, that's great. Look at that, goddamn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine. Drugs? They are shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacture. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow.
There's Yorin. Take his side in this particular fight.
Look, I'm gonna be straight with you since you're my kin. I don't know shit, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You're a cop. I'm not an idiot. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff...
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his luck and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, alright? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself...
Guess so.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste.
Saint Baptiste. Saint Baptiste Farm.
She is right. Saint.
I don't really know what hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. Uh-huh. Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know any. A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe.
She looks up from.
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? A warehouse?
She scrunches up her face into.
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. Not really. No. I didn't know him at all.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around.
Okay. Uh-huh.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now. Inside, you see a set of steering levers. A metallic drawer slides out. The pull-out toolbox slides back.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale, or at my home, or on my person. That's cool, especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs, and are very conflicted. That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that. Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder, and he's an asshole. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Nothing. I told you. I'm not
And what crowd?
crowd. You know.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we...
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I have...
It could be. She was strange.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it. Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want. The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the...
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Everything's still cool here. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the...
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot.
Very cool. I like your style of...
No need to dress this one up. Just...
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell...
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Oh, okay. But why?
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you, come on.
An investment? What kind of investment? Ha! That! You drive a hard bargain, officer. I respect that. Okay. What's it going? Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Corruption.
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do?
Lowman, you caught me at an op. You just call me a lady.
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I'm not that either, Herife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul. I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me. Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was. The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there, it's all just... In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all...
In the background, a quiet song seeps from her cabin into the air. You don't hear any vocals.
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around, when I have my movies to go to? Oh, Sim. Did you just...
She clearly doesn't think she... The woman's malevolent cat.
I'm a lady like you are, Gabriel Buenguerro. Only in dreams. I'm only terrifying to small children, and to those who used to know me. Oh, Sim.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? Stuck in the rain and I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why. A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? A youngish woman. Gruff, but...
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
I didn't, man. I told you, I was hoping it's not her.
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part. Not trickery.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad.
We can't just let it go.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is
I don't believe you. I just can't, man. I'm not naive. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now, but we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind, the way it worked, the trouble it was giving her. Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand.
He's right. There are other options. The race push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
The realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill for your own end.
Here.
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex. Looks like a chain lock.
Her lorry's still here, down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday. No, I don't know. She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam...
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
I bet you are.
And he's sorry he couldn't be what he wants to be. A good person. His last line, his revenge on the world.
Nah, I need to think my own thoughts now. Pray forgiveness for my sins. Go check your cabin. I hope it gets you something.
This green found, A to Z, contemporaire, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This is the one our man pointed to.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of the seat. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy, warm, dusty too. The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced. There's no picking this lock. The owner has put special care into it. You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. Then the smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of a feeling of tenderness washes over you. This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her. She wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bare. A feeling of she wasted away. The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been...
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation.
A 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Doesn't look like it. It's completely...
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox under the seat. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there, but one odd detail does catch your eye. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique? Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. Now we know for certain who is the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? We should talk with Titus, see what he's got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smiling from the metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Periphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equation.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolkit slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes. You close the rusty old lorry.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade. Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them to other... We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we're done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madre grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Debrief over. After you.
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
You're back. Good. What can... Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation?
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidence.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands. Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible—
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant—
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of these so-called investigations?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. Surely you're joking. These people are killers. My only hope is that yours provides a single, concrete suspect before they indiscriminately pick theirs. So if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath. It doesn't have to be like this. Nameless, badgeless officer of the citizens' militia. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Down a deep, black well.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their... I wouldn't go as far as to use that term, detective. Yes.
Feels like there's a good response here, but you're not coming up with one. Carry on.
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is charged with coordinating law enforcement activities in complex, multinational investigations. Their database is the single largest source of information in the world.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenel. I have, and they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. The remaining contractors, their tribunal, it's what they believe. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining...
You'll meet her soon enough, you feel.
If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know... Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man.
I can't remember.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw.
What else? Nationality?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese. Or, in a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not...
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of...
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
5 days, not more. Maybe sooner.
It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help...
Trying to sneak up on me again! Trying to...
Oh, look. It's the cop who...